Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first webinar of the series Empowering Careers and Advancing Cybersecurity. I'm Saskia Brugman from Women for Cyber, and we're having some technical issues bringing in our speaker of the day. So just bear with us for a couple of minutes while we get Alexandra online. Feel free to turn on your camera and perhaps introduce yourself in the meantime in the chat. And yeah, just bear with us a couple of minutes.
Okay, should be working now. I'm here.
Okay. I see you, Alexander, just not with the speaker not filter, how do you call it?
Can you not hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Just 1 second. All right, here we are. I see a good number of participants. So good to see all of you from so many different countries. So once again, welcome to the first webinar of the series Empowering Careers and Advancing Cybersecurity. And today we have with us Alexandra Forsyth from the UK, who is a career and self-development coach, among many different things, but she will tell you more about that. And today she will be talking about the power of networking and strategies for building motivation through community. Before I give you the floor, Alexandra, first, thank you very much for being here with us. It is a pleasure. And just for information for all the participants, Alexandra will have a presentation, and that will be followed by a Q&A where you can interact with her and ask your questions. In the meantime, feel free to use the chat, and please mute yourself unless you are going to ask the question. And with that, Alexandra, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Amazing. Thank you. Welcome, and lovely to see so many of you. And I will share my screen so I can get the presentation up. Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay.
Or at least I can't. I don't know if anyone.
Interesting. Okay.
I can share it if you feel like. I have the slides as well.
Yeah, if you want to. I'm trying to share, but for some reason it's not cooperating. So yeah, if you can, that'd be great. It should be the same, the ones you have.
Yep. Just give me a second.
Saskia,
Yes.
Not sure if I said your name correctly. Sorry for
Yes, you
that.
did.
Could it be that you need to make Alex as a presenter?
That's a very good point.
Because sometimes it's just yeah.
Yeah, that was a technical issue that we were having. She had
Oh.
a speaker link, but it wasn't working. So I think that's probably why. And I don't have the option to just make Alex
I'm happy for you to
speaker.
share. It might be better actually
Yeah,
if you just share and then
I had it
can.
open, but now suddenly, of course, it is gone. So just give me a second. It happens.
Mm.
It's coming. I promise. There we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes, hello.
Yes,
Correct.
I'm just waiting for it to load. I can only see your name.
Really? I can see the whole.
I can't see it. I can see your name. That's it.
All right, let me try again.
Given that we're talking about cybersecurity today, the technical issues aren't the best.
I know.
But we will get there.
What about now? I'm sharing my screen instead of the window.
Still
Yes.
can't see it.
Yes.
Maybe I'll just wait for it to. I'll wait a second, see if it loads.
Someone said
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, somebody else did say yes.
Yeah, so I can see perfectly. So you did
Yes,
your
we can see very well. Yes.
All right, then. I'm not sure, Alex. I think the problem is on your side.
Okay.
Not sure what to do if everyone can see it.
Okay. I don't know
Maybe
whether to
switch off the
leave.
video would be an option because it seems you have low bandwidth.
Oh
Alex.
wait.
Let's try.
Yeah, it's on. I can see it. I know. I want you to see me when I present. So yeah, it's loaded. But if there are any problems, then maybe I'll have to turn my camera off. But I can see it now.
Alternative,
Okay.
well, if you have your slides open, I'll just make sure to tell you in which slide I'm at.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're on the first slide.
Yeah, we're on slide 1.
Amazing. So we got there in the end, but hello everyone, I'm Alexandra, and today I will be talking about the power of networking in cybersecurity, and we'll be talking about strategies, community motivation, how I've gotten to the stage that I have, and then what's next, and how maybe we can collaborate together a little bit more. So that's the first slide, if we can move on. So an introduction from me, just a little, I've left a QR code on there if you want to go and have a look and connect on LinkedIn. I know that I'm the same when I'm listening to speakers. I want to find out a little bit more whilst they're talking. So that's there. But an introduction to myself. So I'm Alexandra and I wear many hats. That's the standpoint that I come from. Primarily, I'm threat intelligence. So I've been working in cybersecurity for 4 years, and threat intelligence is a branch of cyber, which is, from my point of view, quite strategic. So I'm looking at industry trends. I'm an SME for retail and fashion. I've worked with these clients globally for many years. I've been looking at their organization as a whole, at their business model, their business processes, looking at the industry, and then writing reports and feeding that back to clients in presentations. So more of a consultancy role. The career and self-development coaching is something that I've recently got involved in, I'd say in the last 6 to 12 months. It was I originally started doing mentoring with an external company and just helping people see value in themselves, knowing that you can have any career that you want, you can have a better life. It will take grit and hard work, but ultimately it starts with you. And then the coaching side of that is working out your values, your mission, who you are as a person, finding different roles that align with that. If in cybersecurity, great. If in another industry, fantastic. And then coming together and seeing how far we can push you into your life, really. So the coaching is quite close to my heart because it's all about impact. It's helping other people. And then off the back of that, community comes into it, and I will be talking about my TEDx talk a little bit later on in the slides, and I delivered that last year, and I started to experience community all around me. If you do end up watching the TEDx at some point, you'll hear my story, and I'll talk about that a little bit later on. So community is a big part of what I do, bringing people together, like-minded individuals in cybersecurity and also externally outside of cybersecurity, because I think some people want to have a better understanding cross-industry. It's not always about cyber, but business as well. So it's bridging that gap, really, and making that impact. And then I have recently launched a podcast, which has some cyber elements into it, but ultimately the podcast, again, is community driven. The guests that I have on, they tell me their stories, but they also tell me their challenges. So resourcing, networking, any area that they're struggling in, we will talk about it on the podcast. They will have 20-30 minutes. And then after that, we go through the challenges, and that's the episode. It's called Take a Chance on You, and I want guests to take a chance on themselves, and I want people to just take a chance on themselves at any stage of life, really. And like I say, understand that you can do anything. And for me, cybersecurity, this is my career. It's not a job. This is what I do and hope to do for the next 30-40 years, or 50-60, however long I'm here for. And it's fantastic once you're in. There's so many roles that you can pivot into in cybersecurity, and I'll go through that in some of the coming slides. And yeah, I'm so thankful that I stumbled across it. And when I go through my journey, you'll hear that I didn't originally understand cybersecurity. I just stumbled into it, and then now, obviously, I do it full time and love what I do. So that's a little bit of an introduction. So career, I say AKA real talk because my career isn't as linear as some people's. So I originally started off in education in social science. So I was taught and received my diploma in criminology, psychology, social policy, and law. So I studied 4 modules, and I went on to complete my bachelor's and my sorry, I was just reading one of the masters. But I completed my bachelor's and my master's in criminology. I became aware of criminology during my diploma, and I really enjoyed it, learning about the criminal justice system, learning about why people do what they do, figuring out the psychology behind bad actors. So you could say there are some similarities to cybersecurity. I wasn't fully aware of that at the time. Originally, it was just criminology. It was a research-based, a lot of frameworks, a lot of theory, which again, reflecting back, those were transferable skills that I very much took into cybersecurity, into threat intelligence, but didn't know that right at the beginning. During my master's, I was taught one module in cybersecurity, but it was cybercrime. So it wasn't labeled cybersecurity, and I was taught about the dark web. So I'm sure most of everyone is familiar with the dark web, that side of the World Wide Web where you can sell illicit goods and services online. There are marketplaces, there are forums, and I was given an overview of the dark web for around 3 months, and we were tasked with writing a report on how businesses can, I think, protect their data if it was sold on the dark web, or it was something that we could come up with like that. And I thought it was fascinating because I didn't know what the dark web was, and making those ties to cybersecurity, I was just enthralled into this completely new industry alongside criminology. And then I finished my master's. It was COVID-19 pandemic, so it's lockdown, and I had around 6 or 7 months where I wasn't working. So my primary job background is hospitality. I've waitressed for many years. I've been a barista. Absolutely love the industry in terms of teamwork, collaboration, communicating with different customers. I think those again are transferable skills that you can take over with you into any role, and leadership, team management. I think it's fantastic. So I was doing that. And then it was COVID. I had around 6 or 7 months, like I said, to really figure out what I wanted to do next. And I took some courses online. And you can see self-taught study in cybersecurity, so Coursera, SANS. There are some really good free courses if you're ever wanting to learn more about cybersecurity outside of your studies, if you're not necessarily being taught everything that you want to learn. And I went through a lot of rejection. So that's why in the little green box, I do say fear of failure, job rejection, worry about your career path. I think it's really important not to dispute these feelings and emotions that come with job interviews and stresses and trying to figure out exactly what you want to do, because I spent a lot of time doing that. I went through rejection in my interviews for a long time because I didn't have the background. Meanwhile, I'm trying to take as many courses online. I'm getting a bit overwhelmed. So I just want to say, if you're feeling like that as well, it will get better and you will have a fruitful career and you will be able to do exactly what you want to do, because that's ultimately the position that I've managed to get myself into after many years. So I was doing that, and my last interview for a role in threat intelligence. So in the beginning, I was just applying for cybersecurity entry level roles and junior roles. I hadn't really come across threat intelligence because it's quite a niche part of cyber, I would say. You're using a lot of open source tooling, so tools that are available on the internet to find out pieces of information about people or companies. You can use closed source as well, which are paid for tools, which often in a consultancy capacity, we would be licensed tools to help our clients. So there are different breadths of threat intelligence. And I wasn't aware of that. So I applied for a company, the threat intelligence role, without really knowing what I was applying for. So probably one tip from me was just make sure you're a little bit more solid on the roles that you're applying for. But I did anyway. And I got into the interview and they could see that I was passionate. They could see that I was willing, and they gave me the role in the end. And I think, like I say, going through a little bit of rejection, I did take the feedback as well. So every interview I went to, even if they rejected me and said no, if they said, you need to go away and learn this piece of terminology, or if you need to go away and learn this framework, because there are a lot of frameworks in cybersecurity, I took all of that on the chin and applied it to the next interview. So there's always a silver lining. There's always a way you can turn failure into success, really. So doing that, I then worked in threat intelligence remotely for a year just after the lockdown was lifted. It was a remote role, threat intelligence, with a medium-sized company, and we were an MSP, so a managed service provider. So we offer our services out, very similar to consultancy. And that's where I started to work with retail clients. And again, I was thrust into the industry. I know about retail. I buy clothes online and in store. I'm very aware, but I didn't know about the threat intelligence side. So with retail, I learned brand monitoring. So actually looking at social media of a company, their digital footprint, monitoring their executives, their VIPs, the data, making sure it's not being sold on the dark web. So there's so much that you can pull out of an industry with threat intelligence and just cybersecurity as a whole. And I thought it was fascinating. And I count myself quite lucky because in my first role, the team was great and they taught me everything that I needed to know in 12 months at that point before I then moved to London. So I'm just so thankful that when you get to work with a team that really supports your growth and will mentor you, it's a win-win for you, it's a win-win for them, because you put in the work and they're getting value for your time. So I always say when I'm coaching anybody, making sure that the company aligns to what you want, but also making sure that they're the right fit for you. So when you're in an interview, asking a few questions, a few pro questions, what's the culture like here? Maybe not asking, do you like it, but what's a day-to-day look like? What's the most challenging project you've worked on, or what's the best project you've worked on, or just getting a feel for when they're interviewing you, the interview is just making sure that it aligns with you as well, is what I always say. So after my remote working role for a year, I moved to London in the summer of 2022. I then worked for a startup company and I was in more of a senior role with threat intelligence. I stayed there for a short while and then I moved to a very large consulting company, one of the biggest in the world, and you'll be able to find that out on my LinkedIn. And I worked in a consultancy capacity with them for almost 2.5 years. And I was in my senior role when I joined, and then I moved kind of into an industry lead again for retail and fashion. So I primarily always worked with those clients, but there are so many similarities cross industry in terms of the types of threats that they're facing. So ransomware, data breaches, supply chain compromise. This impacts all industries. So there are similarities there again with the recommendations that we pull out to give to the organization. We can do that cross industry. So even if you're interested in retail and fashion, that would be some great clients to have, but all industries, financial services, aviation, healthcare, they're all facing a similar wave of cyber threats. So just understanding cybersecurity and working in that field is brilliant. So doing that for 2.5 years, and like I say, I've worked with so many different clients, all industries, primarily retail and fashion, and I've done everything really. I've worked with multiple teams, and when we go on to the different types of roles, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about collaboration and how actually I don't think it's spoken about enough, but threat intelligence is just one pillar of the whole picture, and there's so many different people that you can speak to along the way. So I think that might be a good point to go to the next slide. So as we come on to the different roles in cybersecurity, you've got red team, you've got blue team. Red team is the offensive side. There they may carry out tabletop exercises simulating real world attacks against an organization to try and break into the network, because ultimately they want to see how vulnerable is the organization. And then the blue team, which is, I would say, the threat intelligence side more so, and the threat hunters, security operations, we want to protect the organization. So the threat intelligence is the one branch writing reports, having a look at industry trends, delivering presentations to clients in possibly a consultancy capacity, or if it was more internal and you were just working with the company, it would possibly be presenting to C-suite and leadership within the company. And then you'll see in the red, with some of the reports that I write in the threat intelligence, they may have IOCs, so indicators of compromise. That could be a domain that's been registered by the threat actor or an IP that they're communicating with to facilitate and carry out their cyber campaign. Those IOCs and the report in general, it can be passed on to threat hunters, and threat hunters will take those IOCs, the same security operations, and they will check to make sure that the organization, the domain hasn't been found in the environment, so any of their employees haven't connected to the domain or the IPs, and they will just do certain things to make sure that the organization is protected using different types of tools. Again, there'll be closed source tools, the SIEM and the SOAR, which is attached to the organization. So it's really important for collaboration. Threat intelligence is one part, but then I need to be making sure that I know the threat hunt team. I'm aware of security operations. If an incident takes place, touch wood, it doesn't, but if a cyber attack were to take place against the client organization, we need to be having open communication with each other, getting on a call and helping that client, the organization, get through the hard times, and then also working with the client teams. So it's from a consultancy side, we may have threat intelligence and security operations, but the client organization may also have their own internal team. So it's really a big collaborative process, and that's kind of external. And if you were internal, it would just be your internal teams working together. But ultimately, it's past the parcel. We're just feeding knowledge to each other, and I really got an understanding of that the last 12 months working in the consultancy space at a high level, how important that is, because without the communication, you don't know who you're meant to be talking to, who the points of contact are, and the business model as a whole just isn't as effective as you want it to be. So I think that's good for this slide for now. And then threat intelligence is what I've been talking about all along. So we kind of have a life cycle that we go through. You've got the planning, collection, processing, analysis, dissemination, and feedback. I would say with an organization, what I've done in the past is we don't just deliver threat intelligence straight away, we'll talk to the client. And if you were working internally, it's understanding the company. So who the company is, what's their digital footprint like? Do they have offices globally? Are they more of a local company? Their supplier list, their technology stack, what are they using to operate their website, e-commerce, if they have that, or in store, if they're selling products? Who are they in their industry? Are they a prominent company? Are they a small business? And it's just really planning that. It's more of a reconnaissance. We say threat actors do reconnaissance on companies before they launch their campaigns. We also need to be doing a little bit of that ourselves, a little bit of questionnaire planning with the company to understand them more. And then we can work out their needs. So if they just wanted, and I've delivered it in the past, but if they just want a high level overview of the industry and the types of threats that are facing them and what we can do to mitigate it, then that might be a report, short and snappy, and we deliver a presentation, we're done. And then that's it. Or it could be high level, or it could be more in depth, and they may want a long-term partnership there, and they may want us to work with them and actually build out their processes and build out their business model and work with them more on a more one-to-one in-depth basis. And what I would say about the threat intelligence lifecycle is feedback for me is the most important thing whenever I'm talking to a company. It's fine that I've delivered the report, it's fine that I've presented to you, but what's the feedback? What can we do better next time? Is there something that we're missing? What's the gap? So it's all about the back and forth, building the trust, building the rapport, getting the key message across, but also being willing to adapt and grow with the clients. Ultimately, cybersecurity is a very important topic that we're discussing with the clients. So it's being open to them and being open to adapt and evolve with them. That just makes for a strong defense. We can go on to the next one. And so primarily what I do with the industry research, so as I said, I've been an SME for retail and fashion in the past roles, and I love industry research. And if you were interested in it, I think it's fantastic. So you're looking at a company, their primary industry, and you're just figuring out, as I said, with the threat intelligence, looking at news feeds, looking at reports, looking at data, and seeing how susceptible that industry is to cybercrime. And I think if I take retail as an example, I was reading a report and I attended a webinar a couple of days ago, and it is, I think, the second most targeted industry for cybercrime. The beginning of this year and also last year, and I think the year prior to that, retail is very heavily targeted, and manufacturing is as well. Financial services, they hold a lot of data, and it's not always just about the employees, it's the customer data. That's what threat actors want. For retail, they could insert malware into an e-commerce website and try and steal financial information from a customer. They can then go on and use that to make purchases, or through social engineering, through phishing. So retail's really heavily targeted, and what I do in the industry research is pick out the key points that I want to deliver. If it were a CISO, it would be high level, these are the trends, and then these are the mitigations that you need to implement in the short term and then in the long term. Where if it's an IT professional audience, maybe I want to talk about some of the vulnerabilities that are being exploited. Maybe I want to talk about some of the organized criminals or ransomware groups that are most likely to target this industry. So it's also, when you're doing threat intelligence or industry research, it's also being attuned to your audience as well. Who are you talking to and delivering your key message? Okay. And then cybersecurity, and what is the aim? Us as cybersecurity professionals, we want to protect the client. We want the brand and organization to understand cybersecurity, what it is, how impactful it can be, how it can protect the organization, their assets, their data. We want to make sure employees and customers are aware of cybersecurity as well. I think one of the buzzwords for this year is resilience. And I keep saying it, it's not just about cyber hygiene, patching the vulnerabilities, the software, but it's the resilience, it's the awareness aspect. And I'm going to a few conferences this year and talking about cybersecurity strategies for leadership and then for IT, and just working out how we can all come together and share our knowledge. I think that's really powerful. Community, as I'll talk about a little bit later on, again, really important in cybersecurity. So if you do get the opportunity to network and go out to conferences or workshops and actually speak to others in the industry, I think that's paramount to not only upskilling yourself, but understanding some of the trends in the industry and cybersecurity, and it makes for better learning. Really, all of us coming together, collaborating as much as we can will help. And just a few points on the evolving threat landscape. These are some of the trends that we're seeing this year already. We saw it in 2024, but kind of advanced threats, AI. I don't think we can not talk about it, even though I feel like it's been overspent in terms of how much people are talking about AI, but we can't negate kind of the impacts we've had in the last few years. Even though AI has been around for decades, really, we've seen such an uptick in different types of actors using AI to enhance their campaigns through phishing, malware creation, and then obviously we've got the important topic of shadow AI, which is again another buzzword for this year, and it's how actually employees are using different AI tools and the companies none the wiser. So it's all about the compliance policies in place as well. How can we help employees understand a little bit more in terms of AI and how that will progress in the future? And then ransomware and evolving attack vectors. So many different ransomware groups at the minute, and again with the tactics double and triple extortion, we're seeing ransomware groups collaborating a lot more together and also collaborating with state sponsored groups, and we're also seeing targeting more C-suite, so that human to human approach. So again, how can we, with the resilience aspect, make CISOs more aware? And then supply chain, again with the vulnerabilities as well. So that's kind of the first part, all of everything that I've been doing in the threat intelligence space. Outside of working in the consultancy, I had a blog last year where I was sharing information about my journey in cybersecurity and about retail and fashion. I was just talking about cybersecurity in general, and then moving forward into what I'm going to be doing in the future. I am working for myself now, freelance, and offering the coaching and the community through cyber. We can go on to the next one. And then my mission, really, as I said at the beginning, it's to help in the community with cybersecurity. There's a few organizations that I'm a part of, which I'll talk about just a little bit later on. And I think cybersecurity is really inviting, and there's a lot of organizations that you can get involved in dependent on what you're looking for. Definitely women in cyber, women in tech. There's a few different, and women for cyber today. So there's so many elements of cyber that you can be a part of, and it's all about networking, being around people, sharing knowledge, learning from others, and upskilling as much as possible. And that's what I've been doing the last couple of years as well. Public speaking, coaching, and community. So I go to conferences and deliver public speaking, but I've also gone to universities. I went back to my university a few months ago, and I spoke to the undergrads and I spoke to the master's students about threat intelligence, and I gave them an overview of what it is, a day in the life. I offer that coaching and mentoring, and it's just so important to, if you can, be around others in this space to learn from them. And Women for Cyber are doing a fantastic job. Sessions like today will give you a bit of an insight into threat intelligence and cyber, and when they have other speakers come on, it's an opportunity to hear from others as well. Thinking about my TEDx in the community, I delivered this late last year in October, and I didn't talk about cybersecurity too much in the talk. It was more about community. So for me, when I chose my topic of community, I started to experience it all around me, just in my day-to-day life. I had an experience on the train where it stopped. There was a faulty power outage. We couldn't go any further. We had to switch trains, and I was in Cambridge at the time. I had to come back into London, and I didn't know anybody. I was on my own. But then, because everybody on the train had to get off the train and we were all huddled together, there were 25 to 30 of us. We all started talking, trying to find if we could get a bus home or how we could come together and find a solution. So it was the little moments for me that really built that community. But then, as I've said all along, in cybersecurity, LinkedIn is fantastic for connecting with others, reading content, joining different groups in cyber, and just becoming aware of your peers, people that are speaking in the industry, that are connecting others in the industry. And it's community is, for me, I've built it around me in London for the last couple of years, and I know that there are certain people that I can go to when I want different pieces of information, or if I am looking for an advisor or a mentor or a coach, I know that I can easily pick people out of a lineup. So yeah, it's super important to start building that from I wish somebody, when I was at university, had said go out and network or optimize your profile on LinkedIn, start building your personal brand. I wish somebody had said that to me really early on. So definitely can't underestimate starting right from the beginning, and just thinking about who you are as a person. What do you want to gain out of a career in cybersecurity? What are your values? What's your mission? Do you want to be in this industry for the next 5 years, or do you want to be in this industry for the next 10 years? Do you want a full career, or are you likely to pivot, which is absolutely fine? Again, you've got the transferable skills there, but it's really working out what is cyber to you. And possibly, if you've already been started thinking about different roles, what does that look like for you? And again, as I said, that collaboration piece is all part of the community as well, collaborating with teams in an organization, but other organizations as well. And I think there's a couple of other slides to round up. As I mentioned, I am a podcast host, and my podcast, Take a Chance on You. Love to hear from anybody. I know that we have people from all over on the call today, so if anybody would like to be involved, then please shoot me a message. I'd love to have a conversation, because I'm really looking for guests in all areas, backgrounds. You have a story to tell, everybody does. You've got a journey, no matter how small you think it might be, it's not. There's always certain things we can pull out. Take a Chance on You is really just taking a chance on yourself to come on and tell your story, but also just in life. And as I said at the beginning, you can do anything, you can have any career, get to be the decider. It is on you. It's challenging, it's hard, but it's the best thing that you'll ever do. And I don't just mean that in cyber, just any industry that you're in, just starting with yourself, a bit of reflection, self-belief that you can do it, and you'll get there. And as I say, with getting involved, these are some of the organizations that I'm involved in. So Female Founders Rise is a fantastic place if you're thinking about starting your own business. I know that there are some young adults who are really thinking, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to have a startup. So Female Founders Rise is fantastic, and the women that I've met over the last couple of months, so much knowledge, offering mentorship. They want to get people where they want to be. Podcasts, if you wanted to be on a podcast, Cyber Connect or Cyber Show, these are fantastic platforms. Even if you aren't ready to be on a podcast, but you wanted to listen in, I can't underestimate, alongside reading reports and alongside working in the field, when you eventually do, listening to podcasts and understanding more about the industry. That's what I've been doing as well. The Women Tech Network, you can be an ambassador, you can again get involved, create a profile and connect with others alongside doing the networking in person. So wherever you're based, I mean, Eventbrite, locals, I use a lot to identify different events to go to. And then some of the conferences. So here in London, we've got Cyber Expo and Info Security Europe, but I know that there are some people tuning in from the US, and there are a lot of different conferences taking place this year for cybersecurity. I've had a look at those myself. So, and quite a few of them are free to go to, so you only need to register. So I really can't underestimate that as well. And just trying anything. I think the biggest key takeaway for me over the last few years was trying everything, was just going to the events, it was connecting with people online, reaching out, having a virtual meetup or a virtual coffee with a new connection, asking them questions. Right at the beginning of my journey, it was all about asking questions in cyber, understanding more from others, and that helps you be more creative as a person and will help develop you and get you to decide which pathway you want to go down, if it were threat intelligence, if it was more threat management, if it was the business side, if it's more of the technical security operations. Talking to others as well as researching will help get you there. So I hope that's been valuable today, and yeah, I'm ready to answer any questions that you have. If you want to reach out to me at all, then feel free to do so. I'm more than happy to answer anything offline if you don't want to ask today. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Alex.
I hope that was
Maybe
okay.
yeah, of course. Maybe we'll give the there's a hand up already. Oh no, it's gone. Maybe while we
Okay.
give the participants some time to think about their questions, maybe if you could summarize your, let's say, top 3 recommendations for improving your career through networking and community, what would those be?
Yeah, I think one question for me, I'd really like to understand, if anybody can, what stage you're at in terms of, a lot of people on the call, are you in the process of looking for a role? Are you interviewing? Do you have your first role? What is the kind of, what am I handling? It's mostly just early careers.
Please use the chat. You can let us know what stage of your career you're at. But I think mostly it probably will be beginner of the career. But for all of your other participants, if you want to put it in the chat, feel free.
Yeah, I think my top 3, again, one of the things I mentioned in the beginning, I wish I'd started earlier, if I'm honest. You know, when I was right at the beginning of my journey in threat intelligence, my first role, I didn't really optimize my LinkedIn. I didn't connect with anybody. I didn't go networking. I hadn't attended a single conference. I didn't really know anybody in cybersecurity. So that was I had my first role, but I didn't have a personal brand. And I do mention that word a lot to some of my clients, and I do mention it just generally, building a sense of self within the industry. So I think one of my top tips, or a couple of my top tips, would be starting with your profile online. If you don't want to expose yourself too much, that's absolutely fine. There's a lot of people in cybersecurity who don't have profiles online because they don't want it, and that's absolutely fine. You don't need a digital presence. If you do want to, I would really encourage, LinkedIn is the fantastic platform to kind of build collaborations, making a few connections, reaching out and having that virtual meetup, that virtual coffee, or if you can go in person with somebody maybe a couple of roles ahead of you, a couple of steps ahead of you. If you can get in touch with a leader, I would suggest reaching out and just learning more of different types of people, learning more about the roles, learning more about the industry, alongside doing your research. I can't underestimate, when I was starting out, a lot of it was self-taught. A lot of it was me. I was so eager to learn about cyber because it was so new. So I was taking courses online as well as then connecting with others later on. So if you're wanting to upskill and educate yourself more, taking courses, watching YouTube, there are tons of videos out there. But again, having an understanding of possibly your route in. Do you want to be a technical, are you more of a technical individual, or do you come from a business strategy side? So working that out, what did you study at university? Is there anything that you can pull from your studies? Because mine's criminology, but I knew that I loved report writing, and I knew that I liked presenting, and I knew that during my masters. And whether or not you've taken your masters or you're at your bachelor's, there are some key nuggets that you can pull, like I say, the report writing. So I knew it was strategy that I wanted to do, and I knew that was the angle really in the cybersecurity world. I wasn't technical at the beginning. I am now, but that's taken years. So it's working out what kind of traits you have and what key things that you can pull out of your early life that you can take on with you into your first role or your second role. So I think that's maybe more than three, but connecting with people online, reaching out, don't be afraid to see if you can have a virtual meetup or an in-person with somebody who's you aspire to be, somebody that's a couple of roles ahead of you. Can you ask them and bounce ideas off them in the beginning? Optimizing your personal brand a little bit online, so maybe putting out your own content, and don't underestimate if you're currently studying or if you're in your first role, you can talk about that and talk about your journey already, and that will resonate with others. And then again, it's more room for collaboration. And obviously the networking is very, very important. I would say if you can't go to something in person, then online, a webinar or a workshop in the cyber security space, because it will give you an overview of the industry, but again, the different types of roles as well, to decide if you're in the process of finding a job, which pathway you want to go down. If you're already in a job, maybe you want to pivot into another role. So I've said all of that, but honestly, it's try everything and just go for it, because if you're in this industry, it's because you want to be, and cybersecurity is the best place to be. So yeah, I would say just go for it and don't think about it too much, and don't get overwhelmed or overstimulated with what everyone else is saying online. Just focus on yourself and you'll do great. I think, Paula,
Sorry,
I've just seen, that's okay. I was about to say, Paula, I've just seen your message in the chat about being a criminologist. That's really interesting that you say you'd like to give talks and participate in a podcast. How can I start? Should I start by myself? It depends what kind of talks you want to give. But I would say that's really interesting. I would like to give talks or participate in podcasts. Paula, if you're online, would you be able to talk a little bit more?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I have a bachelor's degree in criminology and security, a master's degree in criminal violence, and I'm currently doing the crisis and security management master's degree with the cybersecurity governance track in Leiden
Mm,
University. And I always wanted to like give talks and like talk about my journey being a criminologist, because I know it's like so complicated to get like a job as a criminologist, and even more difficult, within the cybersecurity world. So I'm so curious and interested on giving talks on how to manage
mm,
these difficulties. Actually, I wrote an article about like the difficulties of a criminologist to get a job. Um, but I would like to, step a little bit, um, you know, uh, about giving talks and not only
mm,
write, express myself to other people,
mm,
because I've given talks in high schools about like how to be a criminologist, what a criminology is. But I would like to express a little bit more about that. So
mm.
I was a little bit curious.
No, that's fantastic. I mean, when I first started out talking, it was during my master's, so I delivered talks at the university, and I wonder, have you delivered any talks during your master's at university, starting off sometimes that way? And you mentioned high school as well. I think that's great to go to schools, possibly other universities, if you're really kind of passionate about telling your story and your journey, that would resonate with a lot of other students.
No, I don't. I've never done that. But since I'm in a student association, I'm going to try if with this student association, maybe I can just have the opportunity to organize an event like that.
Yeah. Yeah,
Perfect.
I would say that would be a really good start. And then when you said about the podcasting, don't be afraid to do anything on your own. If you've got an idea, you could go for it. You don't necessarily need to be, I mean, you could start off being a guest to maybe get yourself more comfortable with the format of podcasts. But if
Mhm.
you wanted to just have your own, you can very much do that. and talk about your journey on your podcast. You just have to kind of find what works for you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
It's okay.
Hey Alex, I might add another advice there for Paula. I would also recommend, you mentioned that you are with a student association. I would also try to get involved in associations like Women for Cyber. It doesn't have to be Women for Cyber, but any type of organization that delivers talks at schools, universities, and so on. They're usually looking for volunteers, and they'll be happy to have someone willing to talk about themselves and their careers to motivate others.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm working with Women for Cyber, but just because I'm a mentee in the mentorship program, but also I'm doing a volunteering job so I can I can help people to manage all the technologies, because normally they are old people or maybe women that are going to start with their own business. But I would like to have this opportunity to talk about my experiences and help others to go through like the criminology world, and maybe expand a little bit more about what is criminology actually.
There's one more thing, because you're a mentee, that doesn't mean that you can also be a mentor. A lot of associations, including Women for Cyber, but can be others. You can be mentor because you're always growing in your career, but you can also mentor others that are a couple of steps behind. So you can also do that. You can do it at Women for Cyber. I think we take participants from university level, because we have some younger people at like high school and so on that are looking for a bit of guidance. So that's also a way to, it's not a proper talk, right? But you're supporting others, and it's also a way to improve your talking points and the way that you communicate. What you just mentioned, your passion about criminology and how to encourage others to follow your path.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the
Another
information.
suggestion there.
Yeah, thank you.
I think there's some really nice comments from people who are working in different fields outside of cyber, and maybe they can come on another date to discuss what they're doing, because it's really, really interesting. And a lot of people sound like they want to also share their resources, which again, is fantastic.
Yeah. If there are any other questions about how to improve your career, how to grow your career through networking and community, please feel free. We still have a couple of minutes left in today's webinar.
But if not, do reach out if you feel you have a question at a later date. Yeah, don't hesitate.
Great. Well, I don't see any other questions. So Alexandra, thank you very much for sharing your insights in your career and your recommendations for others. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Oh wait, there's a question. I think. Sylvia Mugambi, is that a hand up? If it is, you can unmute yourself and ask your question. Oh, there are two questions.
Hello, I think I have. Oh, hi, I am Sylvia Mugambi. I have written my question on the chat box.
Oh, I can't see it.
Okay, so the challenge that I'm having, first, let me introduce myself. I have a degree in computer science, then I transitioned into cybersecurity. So I am a cybersecurity analyst, a junior cybersecurity analyst. But the challenge I'm having, I'm from Kenya. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to secure a job yet. And I've been applying, I decided to apply remote jobs. But then the challenge is that most remote jobs, especially in the UK or US, they need to have a HR office in the country you're applying from, you know. And most of the companies I am applying to, or I would really love to work for, they don't have the HR office. And at the moment, I'm not able to travel to maybe the UK or US. So I really don't know about that, because that has been the challenge that I've been facing when it comes to remote jobs applying. Yes.
Did you say that you're based in Kenya right now?
Yes, I'm based in Kenya.
And I know it might seem like a bit of a silly question, but is there any cybersecurity jobs that you can apply for locally for now, whilst trying to kind of figure out possibly relocating, well, as you say, remote work, but in the future?
There are companies that deal with cybersecurity, but then in my country, when it comes to jobs, it's really hard to secure a job. That's why most of it we try find remote jobs.
And when you're looking at remote working roles, say here in the UK, most of them don't have a physical HR office?
Yes.
Okay. I possibly have to go away and have a think about it. Saskia, I'm not sure whether you have a recommendation. I possibly wouldn't know what to suggest. I'd have to have a think and get back to you.
It's okay. Or maybe I can add, I'm also very willing to volunteer or be an intern in case any one of you needs some help when it comes to cybersecurity work.
I mean, is there anybody that you think you might be able to reach out to who has been in a similar situation to yourself and managed to find a solution? Anybody, say through your LinkedIn network, or anybody that you know?
At the moment, no, but maybe I can try find at the LinkedIn.
Possibly.
And maybe you can also post your question in the cyber for women, like website, in the push far, because sometimes people do share a few questions, and maybe you also have someone there that has been in your situation.
I could jump in. Hello, everyone. So Sylvia, I know that I guess you're in the international edition of the push for the edition of mentorship, and I guess I'm going to start matching really soon. And if you get to have a mentor, maybe who's based also in Kenya, could provide you with an insight of what to do on the national or the international level when it comes to securing a job. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have applied for the mentorship, right?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so just, I mean, a matter of a couple of weeks, and hopefully you'll get to have someone who would guide you, because I think mentors also would be very helpful when it comes to guide you, help you navigate. So I guess that could be one of the solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Manal. From my side, I would also say that you need to work with what's available to you. So if there are not American companies or companies from the UK with HR offices in Kenya, then you probably, unless you want to relocate, then you need to look at the opportunities that you have, whether that's Kenyan companies, companies that are actually based in Kenya or have offices there, government entities. Nowadays we need cybersecurity in absolutely every sector. So perhaps there are other areas where you can look, in addition to UK, to American and British companies. And as Manel said, hopefully a mentor will be able to also support you there.
Thank you, I appreciate.
There is one more question, and then we'll close since we're already 1 minute over time, and that is from Mildred. Let me know if I pronounce your name correctly. Hello?
I think quite a few people have dropped.
Hello?
I just heard somebody.
Yeah.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, my name is Mildred, and my question is similar to, I think, the previous speaker. I'm from Uganda, and trying to get into the cybersecurity field is a bit hard because most of them
Mildred, we can't hear you
for
very well.
uh
I think it might be best if you can
most
type your question in the chat.
hello. Okay.
Or is it on my end?
No, it is on mine. But I think I understand that it might be similar to the last speaker, saying that you're originally from Uganda and trying to find a role potentially here or the US and facing similar challenge. But definitely pop your question into the chat. I can always have a scour around and see if I can see anything through my connections and on LinkedIn, see what I can identify in terms of international over here. I'll have a think, and maybe if I come across anything, I'll let Saskia know. I'll drop them an email because I'd have to have a go away and have a think.
Yeah, that'd be great, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I would say, alongside possibly trying to identify on LinkedIn, putting a post out yourself as well and saying, this is what I'm looking for, this is what I'm currently trying to find, and seeing if anybody will actually come across it and reach out themselves. As I said, somebody who's in a similar position or that can possibly help.
See some recommendations in the chat. Thank you everyone for that, and a couple of opportunities. We'll make sure to include this in the follow-up email as well as recommendations from Alex and all the links that we've mentioned. There's also Maria just said that maybe you need to take a detour and look at other options in order to get to your end goal. But we understand that especially getting an entry job could be quite challenging. But I think the key takeaway from today's chat is that it is hard to get a job, right? But you can rely on the community, and you can build your own community and your own network to get to those objectives, while of course continuing educating yourself.
Yeah, I'd say definitely if you've got any other question, please do reach out. Maybe I can have a wider conversation after the call. I wouldn't like to think that you're looking for something and can't find a role. It is really tricky at the beginning. I really empathize with trying to get an entry level and not finding what you're looking for, but also really wanting to stick it out because you want a career in cyber. I completely hear what you're saying. But again, obviously there's some good resources in the chat and the Women for Cyber if you can be a part of the mentorship, so you can have a mentor and possibly work together to push you forward would be an option.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex. Mildred, I hope that helped a little bit. And as I mentioned, we'll share all the resources afterwards. So we're 5 minutes over time, so I think, Alex, we can close it here. Okay, with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you everyone for participating. And just one last comment, if you could take the time for all the participants, there is a short survey in the chat, just so we can get some feedback from you and tailor our next webinars according to that. And then with that, once again, Alex, thank you very much for sharing all your insights. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Until the next time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon, evening, depending where you are.
Thank you, you too.
And yes, the recording will be available.
que je déteste, c'est les pubs. J'ai vraiment de flop parce qu'à chaque fois, ils montrent des jeunes comme si on était tous obsédés de ça. Alors, c'est pas bien.